On the day that Aliyu left the PDP, we have called a press statement. We have addressed our people on that very night and on that very hour that he has defected to APC. We have addressed our people.
But tell me what you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
What's happening in the national? Hello?
Yeah, I said, tell me how you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I'm talking about the national PDP now. I mean, the leadership crisis we see. What do you make of it? I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
You know, recently, the stakeholders of the PDP met. They have formed a reconciliation committee under the leadership of Senator Bokola Saraki.
Yep.
They are working tirelessly to see that PDP comes into being.
So you're confident that the PDP will bounce back?
Inshallah. With this, I am sure. I assure you, PDP will bounce back and take over the national government.
Nelson, let me come to you. What do you think is the problem of the PDP?
The problem of the PDP, if we go back in history, the problem of the PDP today started prelude to the 2023 presidential election when the party had its primary. You know, the political temperature in the country, favored the president coming from the south. And because the PDP, trying to be clever by half, produced Atiku Abubakar, who is also a northerner like the former president, who had spent 2 terms of 8 years in office. And so that divided the party going into that election. And that was why the party went into that election, a divided house, and lost. And the political, arrangements today, even though unwritten, in any of the parties is that the South should produce the president for the next 2 terms before it goes back to the North. And it is the lack of respect for that unwritten rule that has emerged the PDP in crisis. Don't forget also that the PDP faced similar crisis in pre-2015 when former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was supposed, after completing the term of late President Umaru Yar'Adua, who went for another term, and instead of him to have, to allow a northern candidate to emerge, also, went into the ring, and everybody came together and they kicked him out. So, unless and until politicians and political parties learn to live within their own rules that they have, by joint agreement, they have signed into, and not try to circumvent the rule because you have a deep pocket or because you feel your ambition is greater than that of any other person. So long that the PDP will be in that crisis. And as we speak today, you can see that the crisis in the PDP is far from being over. And you also look at a party like the Labour Party. People, a lot of politicians have always seen that party as a vehicle for achieving, is like an opportunistic vehicle for achieving personal ambition. You remember that in 2007, thereabouts, former Governor Olusegun Mimiko became governor of Ondo State 2 times under the Labour Party. And if a party like that is in crisis today, you want to ask, where are the elders in that party? Even the presidential candidate of the party.
The party has not been able to manage
at all.
The goodwill.
Yeah, yes, they have not managed it at all. So the party continues to swallow in that murky waters of internal contradictions. So it is the lack of internal democracy, the inability of the party to live according to the, arrangement within the party, to live according to its rules, that, gives birth to crisis that, if care is not taken, might sink the party. And that is exactly where we are going if corrections don't come early enough from those saddled with that responsibility.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Kalgo. Do you think the APC wants to turn Nigeria into a one-party state?
Well, in fact, that is what they are trying to do. which is very bad for democracy. It is very dangerous for democracy to have a one-party system in the country.
But are they forcing people to defect to them? It's not as if they are forcing people, those who are defecting. They are not being forced to come to them.
It is like forcing, because they are hunting them with EFCC and ICPC. Some of the people who are hunt with EFCC and ICPC, they have no option but to come to APC. If you could recall, when Adam Ashamole was the national chairman of APC, remember what he has said? Whatever is your thing, if you leave and come back to APC, your sin is forgiven.
But what is the evidence? What is the evidence on ground, for instance, that Adamolero does not have a case? I'm not very sure he has a case with the EFCC. The other two senators who joined him, do they have any case with EFCC?
Even the vice president aspirant or our vice president candidate who has come to APC, what is the reason behind his campaign? Isn't an EFCC that they are chanting him? So you have no option but to do that.
No, but I'm asking you that the senators from your state who defected to the APC, do they have anything to do? Did they have anything with the EFCC?
Those senators who has defected from to APC in our state, I have told you, it is their habitual. They always betray the party that has voted for them. This is not the best time for them to decamp. It is their habit.
Okay, so it's a habit.
I am telling you, they have lost respect and credibility in our state. They have lost that respect and credibility in our state.
All right. I'm very sure, as at last week, you wouldn't have said these of them until they defected. Anyway, that's just by the way. But Nelson, this talk about the APC, that's the ruling party, trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state.
I think that is a cheap blackmail. No party or individual can transform Nigeria into a one-party state. We practice multi-party democracy, even at the grassroots level, not to mention at the national level. As we speak now, we have members of the NNPP in the Kano State Government House. We also have them in the National Assembly. We have members of the Labour Party. We have members of the PDP across all tiers of government in this country. So I wonder where this talk of one-party state is coming from. It is at variance with the reality of our political situation.
Maybe the APC should be saying no to those who want to defect.
Well, under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the right to associate is a legitimate right. So if the APC, in their wisdom, now decides that people want to join their party, don't forget, we practice multi-party democracy, and our democracy is about numbers. It's about gathering people. Because on the day of election, you are going to count votes based on the people that have voted for a party. So if a party finds you relevant, if a party finds you as adding value in terms of numbers to its political fortune, I don't see how that party can close its doors to you trying to become a member. So what we should admonish these parties that are losing members is to put their house in order and look at what they are doing wrong that has made their members to start jumping from their vehicles. Because in the past, even the APC in the past lost members to other parties. For example,
to the PDP.
To the PDP. For example, the present governor of Osun State, Demola Adeleke, was once a member of the APC before, he jumped to the PDP, and today is the governor of PDP of Osun State under the platform of the PDP. So the talk about one-party state, I think people saying that need to be told that they can fool some of the people some of the time. They cannot fool all the people all the time. We are well in tune with the fact that our democracy is founded on multi-party, tenets. So it was pure blackmail. That's my opinion on it.
All right, gentlemen. I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Kalgo, Secretary of the PDP in Kebbi State. Thanks a lot for your time. And Nelson Ekujimi, Political Affairs Analyst, thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us and go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension
president must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, in a bid to boost citizens' participation in elections, Nigeria's House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill to make voting in national and state elections mandatory for all citizens of voting age. The bill, jointly sponsored by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and lawmaker representing Plateau State Daniel Asama Ago, was presented during Thursday's plenary as part of moves now to amend the Electoral Act 2022. Leading the debate during plenary, Asama Ago said the proposed legislation seeks to deepen democracy in the country through increased participation and legitimacy in electoral outcomes. The lawmaker cited countries like Australia, Belgium, and Brazil, where the governments have adopted mandatory voting with positive outcomes in terms of political participation and public accountability. Describing political apathy as a threat to good governance and national stability, Asama Ago assured that mandatory voting can significantly reduce the influence of vote buying now. He added that the rationale for this bill rests on the urgent need to revitalize democratic participation in Nigeria. Joining me now to discuss this is political affairs analyst and member West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, WADEMOS, Omorui Aigbe. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Aigbe, thank you very much for coming on the program. Forcing people, because essentially that's what this means, compelling people to vote. I'm just wondering, what do you make of that?
It sounded more like a comedy. I mean, we haven't even got to the point of strengthening our electoral system. Our electoral system is still being very subjected to a lot of debate that there's no electoral integrity. Votes don't count. Malfeasance at the polling unit, voter suppression, and a number of issues that we need to do to strengthen our electoral system to build trust among citizenry. First, you need people who are even willing to vote before you make it compulsory to vote. If you have made all attempts to create and clean up our electoral system, and you make proposals that to make election compulsory, then people can be to listen that the country has done very well. There is no need that we are spending so much money in our processes and then turnout is low. Yes, the fact of the matter remains that turnout is low, and we have to agree on that.
Yeah.
The cost of election is increasing. People participating in the process are decreasing. In the 2023 election, there was a high level of voter suppression. About 28 million or thereabout turned out to vote. But in Lagos alone, the suppression that took place in Lagos is enough to even argue that you have not even protected voters. You are making them that they must vote. Even the Australia that is being talked about, or Bolivia, or Brazil. But let me stay with Australia. The proposal to make voting compulsory in Australia dates back to around 1915. Even in Australia, there are certain categories that are exempted. One, if you live about 500 meters away from a voting point, you can actually argue that you don't want to go and vote. It's far away. If you are sick, hospitalized, or there is a force majeure on election day, it rained heavily, and you don't want to go into the rain to vote, there are categories. Even the Australia had about 75% turnout of voters. Ghana does not have compulsory voting. The last election, they were even angry that its turnout nosedive, which amounted to about 60%. Before that time, in 2020 election in Ghana, it was 74%. No compulsory voting. It is a trust in the system that matters. Rwanda doesn't have compulsory voting, they are going up by 94%. What Nigeria need to do is to build trust. First, trust. A situation in which you have to go and queue up to collect your PVC. Many people, maybe including people who are listening to me now, have their PVC, stock them in INEC offices because they don't have the energy to queue up and begin to mean. If you go to the point of collection of PVC, because INEC does not distribute, you have to come and collect. You have to sign one document. Now that INEC has proposed that the PVC, there will be no need to actually have that hard card PVC to come and vote, which is a very remarkable proposal going forward to try to increase voter turnout. Beyond that is early voting proposal. That there are a category of us, including media organizations, military personnel involved in election day duty, who do not vote by circumstance because they play a role in the election. Early voting can cure that and increase the vote. Even though, early voting that happens before election, I may not support that. In Ghana has early voting proposal in their laws. But the early voters in Ghana 2024 election was insignificant. It was less than 1%, 0.0%. About 136,000 people registered to vote early in a population of 18-point-something million registered voters. So at the end of the day, what does Nigeria really need? One, clean up the system. Let our yes be yes and our no be no in the election. But let's avoid voter suppression.
But let me ask you this: but can this compulsory voting can it make some difference? Can it make some difference in voter apathy? Is there a chance that it could actually lead to an increase in the number of people who would normally come out on election day to vote?
Fantastic. So in Bolivia, evidence suggests that the introduction of compulsory voting increased the turnout. So you are forcing people wherever you are to come and vote. That same evidence suggests that more people started collecting money to come out and vote. So they will go, from other evidence, particularly even in Egypt, some research suggests that people who did not want to vote, because you have made it compulsory, they went to the polling unit and trumpeted two parties. At the end of the day, they didn't want to vote because they don't prefer any of the candidates. So they ended up making their ballot to be rejected. So at the end of the day, you have 95% turnout. Meanwhile, the legitimate vote, that is what they call a valid vote cast, does not amount to the 90-something% turnout. So it's a weird scenario. Beyond that, in this country, there are individuals who went to register to vote who were not truly interested in voting. And the question is, how? So you know that INEC registration with the PVC is the only card. In fact, Ezewen Wango has explained this very fantastically well. That card, that PVC card, is the only card that you obtain free and can be used authentically in any. You can present a PVC anywhere, including opening of bank account, including other things. The PVC is an acceptable card and is free. Is the only free card. Other cards, you may argue that NII is free, but I'm not sure you even have the NIM card, because all we have is the slip to date. The international passport, you have to pay for it. Driver's license, you have to pay for it. So there's a huge number of people who have gone to register to vote because they needed a card for other exigency. On that note is on one side. Then there is another category of people. People have died. They are still on that ballot paper. You know, in this country, death registration is almost like, why would you go and register death now? It's almost culturally unacceptable. But how do you clean up a document that is about 93,000 registered voters? And we are not speaking to auditing of that ballot to know those who may have died. And how do you even do that? So you have to go and paste the registered voters in a particular location, which INEC does every election cycle. Paste it for claims and objection, but people don't report death. And do you know, if INEC just used reporting of death alone, People can go and report death, because we have also seen in this country where in an attempt to change a party candidate, they have to go and print the poster, the obituary poster of those candidates, because they need to change them, because the law says for you to change a candidate, the candidate may have to die or something. So in an attempt to change candidate, political party actors went to print burial posters and submitted it to INEC. They went to get a death certificate and submitted to INEC until INEC discovered that it was all fake. So political parties and actors can do anything. They can actually go on the register and begin to list out names who are not in favor of them and report them for that they have died. That's on one side. Truly, there are dead people in the register. And beyond that, in the era of Japa syndrome, how many Nigerians, doctors, teachers, artisans, many people who have fled this country who registered to vote, are you going to prosecute them in absentia? There's a number of things. In Australia, I actually felt bad when I see honorable members making assertion with Australia. Even when we make the US example, we are very careful. Australia is a great democracy. It's one of those democracies that resonates with the countries like Norway, the Scandinavian. These are great democracies that implement the will of the people. These are democracies that don't buy votes. These are democracies that don't rig elections. These are democracies without violence in elections.
But then the question is, if compelling people to vote would make a difference in, the turnout on election day, what's wrong with doing it?
No, we don't have a problem with doing it, but you have to take some steps one after the other. You don't give birth to a child today and expect the child to walk. I am saying that there is no trust in the system. You must build that trust first.
Trust first, yeah.
If people come out to vote and eventually their vote did not count, arguably, people say that the 2023 election, the expectation were cut short midway. And most of these category of people may not want to vote. So what do? You create an incentive. You can put penalty to say if you don't vote, why are they not using the Australian model? In Australia, it is on taxation, not on penalty, not 100,000 naira when you don't vote. So why can't we follow Australia to say if you don't vote, you will not enjoy government incentives? You and I know that people will just not vote because what government incentive is coming to them? What tax holiday will come to them? I mean, these are issues. If we need to even penalize anything, we should penalize defection of candidates, of elected officials. Penalize. If you defect from party A to party B, you go for 10 years. Can't we penalize the real thing? How can people queue on the line and vote for you under party A? Soon, you move to party B. And you are coming back to say you criminalize the people for not voting. Sometimes I'm just curious to understand what this. There are many laws that can improve our elections. One, it is time for Nigeria to move to electronic voting.
Yes, I
am not talking about internet voting. Most people always talk about when you mention electronic voting, they quickly rush to internet voting, hacking, this, that. See, there's electronic voting that requires voters to turn out at the polling unit.
Yes, I have seen that in the US.
Vote, in 2018, I mean, in the US, there's a model and there's also the ballot paper.
Yes.
But there's a trust in the US. And that's why sometimes I'm curious not to use the US model, just like the way I'm avoiding the Australian model. In the US, there is trust. People post their ballot from Afghanistan to the US, and it counts. People post their vote. You post your ballot from Nigeria to the US, and it counts. If you post ballot from America to Nigeria for a Nigeria election, I'm sure that you and I will not allow it to happen. So, an electronic voting in this that will enhance trust is one. Go to the polling unit. Once you cast your vote, you get a paper ballot tray, and still put that ballot paper in the ballot box. You can only do with internet when you have done with the results the recounting. Make sure that they want the result, the ballot on the box align with the vote electronically. Once that is done, party officials, police, observers agree that this is the same thing. It tallies. You write the result on the form EC8A, and you transmit that from EC8A online. We are already doing electronic mechanism in our process. Just move to the voting. Number one, it will reduce cost. We have had that conversation, Mr. Deji, if you remember. that the cost of producing ballot in this country should even be criminalized. How can Nigeria waste so much money? And that's the essence of maybe making election compulsory. But rather than do that, we can reduce that cost by simply engaging electronic voting so that we cut cost of printing ballot papers that are not used. But before that, election must be seen to be free and fair. It's a perception thing. A situation in which the president is the sole appointee of INEC leadership does not even create room for trust. And the president, it is constitutional. I mean, we are not doubting it. It's his responsibility to appoint. But we are saying it doesn't even conflict. It's more like a conflict of interest. That the president participating in an election will appoint the referee of the election. But I know that the constitution make that for him, but or for the president, not necessarily because it's President Bola Tinubu today. It is a constitutional provision that other presidents have enjoyed. But historically, we are already beginning to see that it is impacting on our trust system. The president just appointed some national commissioners, about 2 of them. One of them, go and do the background check on one of them. He worked for INEC. He was in charge of logistics in INEC. And now that fellow was in charge of logistics is now a national commissioner appointed by a political actor. What message does that send? These are some of the trust issues. In the U.S., we have never seen INEC declaring an election in the U.S. We have never seen it. In Australia, you don't see an INEC. In Kenya, after the 2018, 2007-2008 conflict arising for their election, they came back and resolved an issue in their constitution, part of constitutional amendment, to create an independent body for the appointment of their IEBC, that's the Independent Election Boundary Commission.
Okay.
It is not the president that select those who are members of that commission. It is a committee or a panel. The panel is made up from nominees from the government party, opposition parties, and all of that, including civil society. They agree, they advertise the role. That's what makes it an independent National Electoral Commission. The way it is now, it is not truly, because the appointees, the power to appoint persons into that commission.
Let's end it. All right, I'm afraid we just have to leave it there. Omori Agbe, thank you very much for your time, and unfortunately we're out of time. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, amid calls for reforms in Nigeria's judicial system, the National Judicial Council, NJC, recently made a significant move that may reshape the future of judicial appointments nationwide. For the first time in a long while, the NJC has invited members of the public to comment on the suitability or otherwise of candidates shortlisted for appointments into various judicial offices across the country. Now, the new openness in the recruitment process is expected to promote transparency, public trust, and judicial accountability in line with global best practices. Now, legal luminaries in the country have reacted to this move by the NJC. The senior advocate of Nigeria, Monday Ubani, says by allowing the public to contribute to the vetting of judges, the NJC has shown its willingness to deepen democratic participation and rebuild public confidence on the bench, especially as the nation's judiciary faces intense criticism. He also commended the NJC's readiness to embrace transparency and to allow the people who are the ultimate beneficiaries of justice to have a say in who sits in judgment over them. Well, joining me now, Joining me now to discuss more on this is Monday Ubani himself, senior advocate of Nigeria. He joins us from Benin. Mr. Ubani, thank you very much for coming on the program. So you've highlighted, some of the, should I say, the advantages or the pros of this new initiative by the NJC. Can you shed more light on it? Why you think this is actually the best move that the NJC has made?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Deji. The most important thing for me is the sensitiveness of the NJC to public reaction on the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria. You know that over time there has been these criticisms that the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria lacks transparency, and that there is undue preference for mediocrity in favor of meritocracy. You know that most judges are other children, nieces or cousins of very important personalities in the country. There has been this criticism over time. And the truth of the matter is also that there is a falling standard in terms of quality of delivery, in terms of quality judgment. If you compare it to what we used to have in the 80s and in the 70s, So the NJC is also worried concerning the recruitment process, and they have come up as since we are sensitive to input when people make suggestions. Now we will need input of members of the public, the stability of any of those nominees. Anytime we publish names of those we want to employ, we will need input, because these people, you live with them, and one way or the other you must have had an experience with them, while in their judicial function and all that. So you have a right now to make an input, and they will take that into consideration. So I think that it's something that is worthy of commendation. I mean, in other countries, judges are even elected. There is a process of making sure that before you become a judge, member of the bench, you pass through rigorous process of getting you in. You must be a person of unquestionable character and questionable learning and the integrity. These are issues,
but don't you think this is also going to?
I'm very happy that NJC.
Don't you think this may create problems too for the NJC? Because when appointments are announced, and then you have to wait for members of the public to make their comments before probably confirming the appointments and all of that. I mean, you could have situations where even those who do not like you, not because you are not good, but probably just do not like you, they may put in petitions, and that this could, lead to, they may put in comments now, and that this could lead to delays and sometimes confusion, if you like, where you would have a number of people speaking for and against an individual and all of that.
What it means that there's going to be timeline for all this. And of course, they are not ignorant of the fact that there may be abuse in the process, where people, just out of sheer jealousy, just want to defame a character, who want to say anything that is clearly unsubstantiated against a nominee. And that's why they say that, look, the process is that you must put whatever you want to say against a candidate in a verifying evidence, meaning that you must swear an oath that this is the truth. Truth are the facts that to be true. So if they find out that there's no truth in whatever you are, of course you will be subject to perjury. You'll be tried for perjury, because it's a very serious business. You don't come and begin to run down a personality or character of an individual just for the sake of it. We have had similar, even when you have been vetted for censorship. There have been petitions where people just write unnecessary because of the fact that you have disagreement with somebody. You just now feel that this is an opportunity to get to that person by writing unsubstantiated allegation. If you do that, of course, they always throw it out. So I'm saying this one is going to be under verifying affidavit. So you swear an oath that what you're saying is the truth. And if you find out that you are lying, of course, you'll be charged for perjury. And so it's not something that that will create any unnecessary problem for the system. And as I said, the position is that it's good. There will be a timeline for that. They have timeline within which to dispose of any public complaint. If you have anything, say it under, then you'll be called upon to come with your documentary or oral evidence to substantiate. And you can't substantiate that within that timeline, the matter will be dismissed, and then you face the legal consequences of lying against the nominee. So that's what I think. So there won't be much problem. It's good to have that impute, because there are many personalities, they have actually deployed into the judiciary that are not, their characters and all that, is questionable.
Now, doesn't the NJC on its own also carry out some kind of vetting before these appointments are confirmed?
They are not God. They are human beings, they are limited, times or space and the other factors. So that's why they say, look, do you have any, maybe living in the same neighborhood with this individual that you want to make a choice? Is there any adverse comment you want to make concerning? Is there anything you know that we don't know? They will do theirs quite all right. But information from the members who may have done one thing or the other with these nominees will go a long way. So they are not God. They can't know everything concerning an individual. So throwing it open. But as I said earlier, the issue of abuse, and I share your sentiment, I also share your concern, that we must be very careful not to use the opportunity to defame characters and then run down a personality and create a doubt in the mind of members of the public, about a personality that has been nominated for such an onerous, responsibility. It's a very grievous responsibility that for you to be a judge, and somebody has no reason whatsoever to run down that individual because you have maybe a business agreement, that did not work out, or you have had a quarrel with him or her and all that, then you now feel that this is the time for me to get at that individual. If you do that without any serious evidence to back up whatever you are saying, you go down for it. You go down, and so that system must also take care of those who want to lie against a nominee.
So how does this actually build confidence in the judiciary?
Now, what it does, and as I said earlier, is in accordance with best global practice. We have it in other countries where even judges are elected.
Elected, yes.
There is an impute of, yes, people are, you have an impute as to who, it's a responsibility that, it's a society driven. You are coming to render public service. You are coming to adjudicate on matters of, between parties. This is issue of justice. So it's not something that is consigned primarily to lawyers and judges themselves. Members of the public must have an input as to the character. Apart from the issue of, the law, the integrity of the person coming to man the bench is also of importance. So people who live around you, who know you may have done one or two things, people in your church and all that, your mosque, who know this person, can say, look, we don't trust this person, or we trust him. Some people can put in on good, yeah, this is the right choice. That this person has the knowledge, he has integrity, he has character. So these are issues. And so I see it as building confidence. A lot of people are no longer interested in coming to the judiciary for resolution of dispute because of lack of confidence. People are losing confidence because of things that has been going on within the judicial sector. So this is part of the measures in order to ensure that we rebuild the confidence of Nigerians towards, after all, you had an impute towards this man who has been made a judge. You made an impute. His name was published. What did you know? And what did you say concerning him? Did you say anything? So you don't have any reason now to complain if the person turns out to be a bad judge. So it is a mechanism for building confidence. It's a mechanism for having an input of variety of persons towards the character of it. So if you pass through that process and you become a judge, just like to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, your names are published and people are asked to make an input of the character of this individual. So if you pass through that process and become a senior advocate, you are a leader in every respect. You have not been found wanting in character and in learning, and in every aspect of national life, you are qualified, and that's why we are gazetted, and that's why there are few in the country. So a judge passing through that process will once again guarantee the confidence that we need to rebuild concerning our judiciary, which over time now people are beginning to say negative things about. So I think it's something that is worthy of comment. Let's try it. Let's try the process and see how it goes. Rather than probably stop it, arguing against it. It's
really good. It's a good idea, something new, and there's nothing wrong in trying it. Let's also hope that the the public will also play their role and take up the responsibility, because sometimes you have these things in place but people don't actually use them. People don't take advantage of them at all to make comments or what have you. You know, let's hope the public too will play their own role. Mr. Monday Ubani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, thank you very much for your time and thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Glad to have you join us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Joy Uchejim. We begin in Abuja, where 3 people have reportedly been injured when a trailer rammed into a mini truck carrying sachet water on the outskirts of Abuja. According to reports, the accident happened near the popular Karu Bridge on the expressway that links Nasarawa State and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The crash reportedly involved a trailer and a vehicle conveying sachet water, which according to reports was badly damaged, and 2 people being rushed to hospital shortly after the accident. Confirming the incident, the Federal Road Safety Corps Unit Commander in charge of Karu, Ofo Audu, said 3 people were injured in the accident and that they were taken to Inyanya Hospital, adding that no one died in the incident. And operatives of the Nigerian police force attached to the Obajana Division, Kogi State, in conjunction with the Nigerian Army and Fulani vigilantes, have rescued 3 kidnapped victims during a coordinated raid in Ankomi Forest of the state. A statement by the state police spokesperson, William Aya, said that victims were rescued unhurt amid a gun battle between the Joint Security Team and the criminals. According to the statement, the kidnappers, overwhelmed by the superior firepower of the operatives, abandoned their captives and fled into the bush with gunshot injuries. Aya disclosed that investigations revealed that 2 of the victims were abducted on 15th of May 2025 while traveling in a J5 vehicle along Osara Road. And the Nigerian Navy has revealed that its ongoing anti-crude oil theft campaign, codenamed Operation Delta Sanity, has yielded significant results since its launch in January 2024. The Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, disclosed this during an international press conference at the Naval Headquarters in Abuja, announcing major milestones in its fight against economic sabotage in the Niger Delta and coastal waters. Represented by the Chief of Policy and Plans at an event to mark its 69th anniversary, Rear Admiral Ibrahim Dewu, the Naval Chief, said in 2024 alone, the Nigerian Navy arrested 215 suspects and seized 26 vessels involved in illegal oil bunkering, while a staggering 6.5 million liters of stolen crude oil and 7 million liters of illegally refined diesel were recovered.
Under the current leadership, the Nigerian Navy has attained the highest state of operational readiness in the discharge of its constitutional role. In particular, the fight against crude oil theft has been a huge success under the auspices of Operation Delta Sanity, which was first initiated by the Chief of the Naval Staff in January 2024 and relaunched on 30th December 2025 as Operation Delta Sanity 2. In 2024 alone, a total of 215 suspects and 26 vessels were arrested, while 468 illegal refining sites were deactivated. Also, an estimated quantity of 6.5 million liters of stolen crude oil and 7 million liters of illegally refined automated gas oil were seized and appropriately handled. Furthermore, 361 wooden boats, 1,107 rubber pigs, and 279 storage tanks were deactivated. Since January 2025, more than 103 illegal refining sites have been destroyed and 34 suspects linked to crude oil theft have been arrested. Also, 39 wooden boats and 1 ship involved in this menace were also seized. Additionally, approximately 773,000 liters of crude oil and 150,000 liters of refined products have been recovered this year. More details of this anti-crude oil theft effort are in the monthly press statement disseminated for the purpose. All these efforts have impacted positively on Nigeria's crude oil production in line with the President and Commander-in-Chief's directive to eradicate crude oil theft in order to ramp up Nigeria's oil production and exports. The Nigerian Navy has continued to maintain round-the-clock situational awareness of Nigeria's maritime domain, extending to the limits of exclusive economic zone through our maritime domain awareness facilities. These facilities comprise the Falcon Eye and Regional Maritime Awareness Capacity System. Both systems enable early detection and swift response.
And the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested 120 individuals suspected of internet fraud in Lagos State. And according to a statement posted on Monday via the official X handle of the Commission, operatives from the Lagos Zonal Directorate 1 carried out the coordinated operation across various locations in the state. The operation led to the recovery of 26 exotic vehicles alongside luxury jewelry, mobile phones, laptops, and several incriminating documents. Among those arrested were 95 males and 25 females, all apprehended based on credible intelligence and sustained surveillance concerning their alleged involvement in cyber-related crimes. And the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, CISLAC, has frowned at the activities of certain personnel of the Nigerian police force who are bent on bringing the force into disrepute. Speaking
the dignity of the Nigerian police, and it has to start with the recruitment. If you carry people who have no value, who don't have value for themselves, that's how they will come and be carrying bag. And I tell you, in many instances, they are not even helping them with anything.
And residents of the Oku community in Alimosha local government area have openly rejected the candidacy of Abiodun Ejigbadero as the All Progressives Congress APC flag bearer for the Agbado Okeodo Local Council Development Area. During a peaceful protest held at Iyanokbaja, community members led by the Akinrogun of Oki Kingdom, Chief Tajudeen Olatunde Durosimi, expressed strong opposition to Ejigbadero's political ambition, citing unresolved disputes and strained relations within the community. Durosimi said that the protest stemmed from an ongoing legal battle over a land dispute involving Ejigbadero, which has contributed to rising tensions. He stressed that the community's stance is rooted in concerns about Ejigbadero's alleged conduct and its impact on local peace and unity.
They refuse us justice up to this present moment, only to see him that he has been featured for a local government chairman under Agbade Okeodo, LCDA. So, as a result of this, please, we want our father, in person of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to please look into this matter holistically, so that there will be peace in the community. Everybody rejected Ejigbadero. Ejigbadero should please allow peace to reign in our community. Do you want Ejigbadero? I'm asking you. Do you people want Ejigbadero? So people detest Ejigbadero.
We are using this opportunity to reach to the president. We are loyalists of our president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are calling out, we are crying out. The whole community of Oki village is crying out for his help, for against impersonation. We don't want that. The kind of leader we have, our Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a great leader to us, and he has been leading us for so years. So we are using this opportunity to reach out to our president that we don't want Ejigbadero in Agbado Okeodo. In Okiko, the whole Oki community, we are saying no. The whole Iyanokbaja are saying no to Ejigbadero because we don't want him. We don't want a land grabber. We need a good leader. We need somebody who can take us to a promised land, not a land grabber, not somebody who is self-centered. We don't want impersonation in Agbado Okeodo. All what we are saying, they should give us back the right candidate, our mandate.
And still in Lagos, the state government has organized the distribution of professional kits to midwives and nurses in the state under the Renewed Hope initiative set up by the wife of the president, Oluremi Tinubu. The initiative is part of the broader agenda to improve maternal and child health services in Nigeria by equipping frontline healthcare providers with the tools necessary to deliver quality care. TV360's Ogechukwu Kekwe completes the report.
The distribution of the kits marks another milestone in the ongoing effort to strengthen primary healthcare delivery in Lagos State, reflecting the shared vision of the federal and state government to prioritize the welfare of health workers and enhance the quality of care provided to citizens. In their keynote addresses, wives of the Lagos State Governor, Deputy Governor, commended the First Lady Oluremi Tinubu for establishing the Renewed Hope initiative, which aims to empower health workers across the 6 geopolitical zones with the goal of ensuring a better life for families.
And our concentration is really in the primary healthcare sector. So in Lagos State, it has been handed over to the PS Primary Healthcare Board. I think she feels more comfortable with you people. And this is to improve quality of life, ensuring that our people are helped in safe places, ensuring that our standards are kept, also ensuring that she will invest more in service delivery and equipping the nurses and midwives. She is very much interested in deepening the collaboration with stakeholders that are existing.
Today's event is a testament to the power of purposeful leadership and collective action. It symbolizes our shared commitment to strengthen the healthcare delivery system, particularly at the grassroots level, where the majority of our people reside. We are gathered not merely to distribute kits, but to empower the lifeline of our community, our health workers, midwives. I sincerely Thank you. I sincerely extend heartfelt appreciation to our dear mother, again, the mother of our nation, Her Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for this noble and life-saving initiative. The Renewed Hope Initiative has consistently demonstrated compassion, vision, and people-centered approach to governance.
Health experts at the event further revealed that the transformative program also aims to equip frontline workers to deliver quality health care and uplift women, children, and vulnerable groups, reducing preventable maternal deaths.
It is also aimed at strengthening, through partnership and investment, the primary health care centers, which are the closest to our people at the grassroots. And it is only on this basis that we can continue to reduce the maternal mortality rate and infant mortality rate, neonatal mortality rate, all with all these efforts that we are launching today.
These interventions, combined with stronger facility linkages and ongoing supervision, have contributed significantly to improvement in early newborn care, respectful delivery services, and safe motherhood across Lagos State primary health care system. Today's event is not merely a presentation of uniform and footwear. It is a visible affirmation that nurses and midwife efforts matter, that they are seen and they are valued.
The experts say the event affirms the vital role of nurses and midwives in the healthcare system, renewing commitment to support equipped and celebrate frontline heroes while urging them to remain steadfast in strengthening maternal health. Ogechukwu Kekwe, TV360, Lagos.
Hello, Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello, Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country. Corruption, not in my country.
And now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download the mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
And on business, the Lagos state government says it has successfully resolved a land dispute that lingered for over a decade in the Okunaja and Mayegun communities of the state. Speaking at the ministerial press briefing in Alausa, Ikeja on Monday, the Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Ekundayo Alebiosu, said the dispute, which had threatened the homes and livelihoods of hundreds of residents within the areas, was brought to an end through the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. According to Alebiosu, the governor's commitment to governance was the driving force behind the regularization process that spared over 200 allottees from eviction and property loss in the area.
We've been able to achieve resolving problems, and we have the presentation on the screen of e-survey documents to over 200 displaced allottees in Mayegun and Okwaja communities. We have been able to resolve an issue that has been, before now, ongoing for about a 20-year period, referring to the Mayegun scheme and the Okwaja scheme. On the screen you see the pictures and photos of some recipients who have had their problems solved after close to a 20-year period. We've constantly cracked down on illegal dredging activities across Lagos, particularly in Ikorodu. We led a targeted enforcement team against illegal dredging operators, protecting aquatic ecosystems and preserving the integrity of the Lagos State Physical Planning Framework. We've had to place a ban on heavy-duty trucks hauling wet sand. We were able to enforce restrictions on the movement of heavy-duty trucks transporting wet sands on our Lagos roads, thereby safeguarding public infrastructure from accelerated wear, tear and damage.
And still on business, a fresh crude oil spill has devastated the Oshika community in Ahoda West local government area of Rivers State, destroying farmlands and contaminating water bodies. Now, the incident, which occurred on Monday, affected a pipeline right-of-way operated by Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, the new operator of facilities formerly managed by Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. The spill reportedly polluted the Wome River and large swaths of farmland, sparking outrage among residents and environmental advocates. Commenting on the incident, environmentalist and executive director of Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, Fineface Dumanene, attributed the spill to third-party interference. And oil prices slipped on Tuesday as traders weigh the impact on supply from Russia-Ukraine peace talks and U.S.-Iran negotiations, strong front-month physical demand in Asia, and a cautious outlook for China's economy. Brent futures for July dipped 19 cents to $65.35 a barrel. June U.S. Western crude futures, which expires on Tuesday, gained 3 cents to $62.72 a barrel, while the more active July contract slipped 17 cents to $61.97 a barrel. Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Takhtravanchi stated on Monday that discussions regarding Iran's nuclear program would be unproductive if the United States continued to demand a complete halt to Tehran's uranium enrichment activities. And now on the foreign scene, Ukraine and Russia traded accusations of launching drone attacks against each other overnight, just hours after a phone call between Russian President Vladimir Putin and US President Donald Trump, during which Putin once again declined to agree to an immediate ceasefire. According to Ukraine's Air Force, Russia deployed 108 Shahd drones along with several decoy drones. In a statement posted on its Telegram channel on Tuesday, the Air Force reported that air defenses had intercepted and destroyed 93 of the drones across eastern, center, and northern regions of Ukraine. The drone strikes followed a nearly 2-hour conversation on Monday between Trump, speaking from the Oval Office, and Putin, who dialed in from a visit to a music school in Sochi in Russia. And still on the foreign scene, Venezuela has suspended incoming flights from neighboring Colombia, citing what it described as a cross-border infiltration by mercenaries allegedly plotting to disrupt the upcoming legislative and regional elections. The government of President Nicolás Maduro, widely viewed by the international community as having secured re-election through fraudulent means, has frequently accused the United States and Colombia of backing efforts to overthrow his administration. Ruling party leader Diosdado Cabello claimed the group of alleged infiltrators was connected to opposition figure Maria Corina Machado, who has urged a boycott of the May 25th legislative and gubernatorial elections. And on sports, President Bola Tinubu has officially declared open the 22nd edition of the National Sports Festival tagged Gateway Games 2024, held in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. While declaring the sporting fiesta open, the president said that sport remains the soul of Nigeria's togetherness, saying nothing unites the country like sport. Tinubu, who was represented at the event by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, charged the participating athletes to compete favorably with integrity in the spirit of true sportsmanship.
Exciting that Ogun State is putting up such a great show, and over the last few weeks we've had sleepless nights. As the executive secretary of the local organizing committee, it's been hectic. His Excellency the Governor has joined us in having sleepless nights, and I believe that we're in for an excellent time. I believe we're in for a great time here in terms of this opening ceremony, and also in terms of the performances that we'll be having from the athletes. Lovely facilities have been put up for them, and they are encouraged to put in their best. I see a lot of record stumbling in this festival. I see a lot of great performances from the athletes, and I see a lot of organizational success that the state will get from what we have done.
And still on sports, the semi-final fixtures for the 2026 Spanish Super Cup have been confirmed, even with one round remaining in the 2024/2025 La Liga season. According to reports, the top 4 spots in the La Liga table are already secured, with Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and Athletic Club occupying these positions. As a result, all 4 teams will participate in the Spanish Super Cup scheduled for January 2026. Traditionally, the Super Cup features the top 2 La Liga finishers, along with the Copa del Rey finalists. However, when there is overlap between the league standings and cup finalists, the remaining spots are filled based on La Liga rankings. And that's our bulletin on News Now. Many thanks for joining us. I am Joy Ucheji. See you next time.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and to give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about... we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to your favorite program, our favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Razak Oladiolokoba, popularly called Komolokoba.
Thank you.
Welcome to the program today.
Good day, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure.
Yes, The Conversation is a topical issues program in which we look at happenings in Nigeria and in the diaspora. On The Conversation, there is no host. We are both having a conversation. On top of the bill today, we want to look at the latest happening in Nigeria, which is the recently released University Tertiary Matriculation Exam, Joint Admission Matriculation Board exam for admission into the universities. According to the results released by the Examination Board exam, over 78.5% of our students scored below 200 marks. The examination is 400 marks because you are expected to write 4 subjects of 100 marks each. And from the result release, over 78.5%, and it has become the talking point in town. A lot of people, to the extent that people have gone to the social media to claim that JAMB need to have a review of the marking scheme. Forgetting the fact that some people have also come up to say that during the examination, that a lot of the students, that some of the students in some examination centers where they witnessed that they didn't know how to make use of the computer. And these are students, if you do a thorough survey, some of them are with the latest launched GSM phones. So you wonder where the priority is for a student. And people have started putting the blame on our educational system. Well, if you ask me, I would say, one, JAMB has, since the assumption into office of Professor Ishaq Oloyede, JAMB has been able to put its house in order. A lot of the exam fraud centers that they call magic centers are no longer in existence. In fact, in my own area, I know of one. When the JAMB examination registration fee was about 5,000, I don't know what it's less than 10,000 naira officially now. People were paying as much as 45,000, 100,000 to get magic score.
Claiming that it's coaching.
Yes, JAMB coaching center. But now, all those things have gradually faded away. So it's either you sit down to read and pass, or you sit down to do other things and fail. And if you look at the JAMB results in almost 10 years now, it has been a steady decline.
Yes. You see, we have always known that the racket in the educational sector will come to an end one day. That is, if we are serious. And thank God we have someone like Isaac Oloyede there. Except if you want to be dubious with our assessment, the man is doing very well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, the latest incident now was because JAMB took measures to avert
examination
malpractices.
Yes.
So, of course, the new style of
computer-based test, CBT.
We have done CBT. I do CBT in my last semester.
In fact, almost all examination in life, CBT has become the way of life.
So, in 10-15 minutes, you become acclimatized with what they ask you to do. It's just use your mouse to click the answer.
Yeah.
There's no big deal.
There's no big deal. In fact, some of them don't know how to use the mouse.
Yes. It's a lie.
You don't be. I saw some.
Under 15 minutes.
I saw somebody who told me that he was in a. I said I saw somebody. I know the person.
And what I'm saying is that under 15 minutes.
Yes.
He will be able to do no one point cursor at whatever you want to pick.
Well,
under 15 minutes. So that might contribute to it. But the major reason why we had this terrible outcome from performance from our children is not because of that. You have mentioned it. The racket going on. So it's been foiled. That racket has been foiled.
Yeah.
See, we have to call it.
But even with the parents, don't we have blame?
Okay. You want us to start talking about?
Of course. Where should
we do preamble and come back to the?
No, let us see the. Where do we play about pointing finger, forgetting that is pointing back at
the parent?
Tell you,
they don't want children to pass through the rigor you pass through. Whereas rigor is part of development.
It's part of development. It's what made us what we are today.
In primary 5, you will say you should not do primary 6. They will take them to university.
Yes.
And that university, they won't be able to cope. It has affected even my own children. He got double promotion 3 times in primary school. So he couldn't cope in secondary school. He was being bullied. Is it affecting him today? I'm just trying to make him cope. Back. But you know our mothers, which is, and we say parents, is the mothers that we should blame most. Because they are the one they will go and look at other people's children. And say the speed at which that boy is going, my own boy must be going in that speed.
No, so, come let me even give you my own personal history. My daughter, I met her with the mother discussing, and I said, "What are you guys saying?" They kept quiet. When immediately I came in, they both kept quiet.
And they know fathers will not.
No, So when the mother now went out, and I asked my daughter, I said, "Please, what is it you people were discussing?" My daughter said, "Some of our mates, our colleagues, our classmates, they already have their GC 5 credits." I said, "How did they do it?" He said somebody wrote it for them at a special center. He said, but my mother said you will never agree.
Yes.
I said, but I will not agree. So my daughter now told me that, what about if I write it and I fail? I said, then you write again. If you fail, he said, then you'll be wasting your money. I said, this is my money.
The point is even that we should be prepared for the consequence in future, rushing them.
Yes, and teaching them how to navigate, how to circumvent.
Because if you rush them to an extent, in the next 20 years now, we are going to face a lot of challenge in production line. Because people graduate 17, 18, primary school is less than 10, is they out of university. At 40, they will be retiring. Because 30 years is the mandatory retirement. So,
retirement period.
Who is going to fill in the production line for them when we have the population of a young men that has retired at the age of 40, 50, out of circulation? Countries slow down education deliberately so that they will meet up, so that they won't go and rest early in their life and be watching to do what again. When they should be active. Yes. So, this is one of the exposure to the concern me and you have been raising all the time. And I think JAMB should continue. Parents should have a rethink that you are not helping your children if you write JAMB, if you do GC, if you do all sorts of things for them. You are not helping them.
Comrade, look about for the benefit of our viewers. Let me go back in history. That in 2016, 64% scored below 64.24% scored below 200 marks. In 2017, 73%. You can see how we are dropping. In 2018, 74.1. Look at it from 2016. 2016 it was 64. 2017 it was 73. 2018 74.1. 2019 77%. 2022 77.8%. That's 76.7%, sorry. 2024 again 76.1%, got below. Now 2025 78. So if any parent or any rational dispassionate mind, when you look at our trajectory in the last 10 years, it's just like the Yoruba saying that Ogede Mbaje Elon Pon. The rots started not today.
Yes.
We laid the landmine for this rot.
Yes.
Where, like you have rightly said, a boy or a girl will be in primary school, allow her to finish or him to go through the full rigors of primary 1 to 6.
There's a
reason why it's in the curriculum.
Yes, there's a reason.
You circumvent it, say you want the son of my neighbor. He has gained admission.
But you can't cope with the exam. Someone will write it for him.
Somebody will write it for him.
And you are creating a problem for them in future because a friend will tell a friend when they now want to contest election, they will now bring it out that your exam was written by somebody for you. And there will be evidence.
Of course.
By the time you have half of our population suffering from this kind of challenge. How do you know? That's why I kept saying that the young people at their own time will lead. But with this attitude, they may not lead well. They will lead. So now, parents now should know very, very well that they must tighten their belt. We have to tighten our belt if you want our children to meet up with other children in the rest of the world.
We have even misplaced our priority.
Yes.
As a parent, when we were growing up, none of us had the luxury
of using phone.
Anything you want to investigate, you go and take you go to the library. But now you have they even have the phones on their feet in their.
So that library is on your palm.
It's on your palm. But no, they will be throughout the day. They will be on TikTok.
Yes.
And other things. So when you are not monitoring or mentoring your children in the academic field,
and you want him to excel,
you want him to excel,
that's a contradiction.
And again, we parents, we are fond of one thing: we abdicate all our responsibilities to our children, to the school
and government.
The other day, when my children they went on a midterm break, we went to the school. It's just for 3-4 days to take our children home. Then one of the parents, about 2 parents, now said, Mrs. Ajayi, please, I don't want this child to go with me. His wahala is too much. Let him stay with me.
Imagine.
A child you get birth to.
Yes.
So it is that teacher that should die.
Yes.
Helping you to take care of your
children. I say she doesn't have her own affairs.
Our own children to take care of.
So parenting is a very, very big challenge. And it starts from, I say that from my own generation. The mothers today who are in their 30s, 20s, they came from us.
Yes.
Who are in our almost 60s now. So, because we didn't give them that education about marital issue, parenting, and they also gave birth to the children. And you now imagine what kind of mother they will be. If you don't train them well, they can't become good mothers. So, it's not beyond redemption, though.
It's not absolutely.
We have to quickly reverse our step.
Yes, we have to look ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah, and that is where government come in. JAMB has done its own now.
JAMB has done very well.
Anybody that has failed, JAMB should not reverse that trend. That
no, if they are calling for it, JAMB will review and the facts will come out.
Yes,
JAMB will
not. I mean, JAMB should not review that less than 200 can invest. No, that should be the consequence.
No, of course, yes. If we have to have lower intake,
let
parents go and sit down.
And
school people that are allowing their children to write in special centers,
measures should be
there's no way for them again.
There should be penalty and consequence for people who write exam for people. That's one. Two, there will also be consequence for people who don't finish primary 6. Because that's where it begins. The people who have done it might have escaped. But henceforth, you should not be allowed again.
But you know, at times there are exceptional students. It's allowed in any society.
My brother, that's any society.
Yes.
You see, a butterfly who wants to give birth to it, must go through some rigor. There's no how you cut the larva out if it didn't pass that to go. If it come out that out, if you help it to avoid that rigor, there will be problem. It's not only knowing how to write and pass the exam, the maturity. Staying with his colleague and age is part of education.
Of course, I agree.
By the time I allow him to jump, look at Michael Jackson. The greatest problem Michael Jackson have is because he means his childhood. Yeah, he started from mixing with small children at the later stage in life. So if you
take him away from
that childhood, he will missing it.
He will miss it
so
for life.
Immediately you take him to miss primary 6, the picture, the end of the
phone.
Yeah, the phone. Don't allow him to miss it. It's part of education. So when people put their argument, say, hey, don't put the boss life in danger. See, if you rush him and become a graduate at 17, where are they rushing to? All the rest of the world slow down the education. It's deliberate so that they will not become retarded early in life. Well, if they be working at the age of 17, it's natural for them to rest after 35 years of their life. Once they rest at 47 or 50 years of age, they are supposed to be in production line because there will be deficiency. Certain population of the country must be in production line. You not retire them. There will be deficiency of production.
Thank you very much, Komile. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it from both of us that the JAMB result outcome for 2025 is a reflection of years of rot in which we have all contributed. So people should stop scapegoating anybody. Go and check yourself as a parent. Are you doing what you are supposed to do? As a teacher, are you doing what you are supposed to do in school? And for JAMB, we must commend Professor Ishakolede-led Management Board of JAMB for raising the tempo of our examination. Our examination now is world-class standard. There may be some little hiccups here and there, but the era of special centers, magic centers, is gradually becoming a nullity. It's no longer existing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation committee from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nelson Ekudimana. I see here with me in the studio, Comrade Azar Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us on the program today. Much. Yes, the next topic we are looking at today, we are looking at the issue in Rivers State. Recently, the governor of Rivers State was captured in a public event where he told his supporters to shift their confrontational style, that they are making matters worse for him. We are looking at how do we restore democracy to a democratic rule to Rivers State that is in suspension for 6 months by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in line with his constitutional powers in order to avert an economic disaster that was staring us all in the face because of the political crisis engineered, aided, and abetted by the suspended governor, Similaye Fubara, who aborted the legislature in the state and ruled like a dictator. That was what the Supreme Court, that was how the Supreme Court described him, that there was no government in Rivers as at then because it was just one man ruling at his whims and caprices, which was in total violation of our constitution. We also saw the Minister for FCT, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, also did a media interview where he said he affirmed, like we have heard, that Fubara is reaching out. And but if you look at the facts on the ground, I watched Fubara at the program for late Pa Edwin Clark.
Yeah.
I also watched the interview for the Minister for FCT, Yeson Wike. And for me, I want to believe strongly that the person that needs to make peace most, who is the one at the receiving end, is the suspended governor.
Of course, you are right. Because as it is now, is the one that has been thoroughly decimated by his own making.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did it. Nobody pushed him. He undid himself.
The moment he did that to the parliament, an arm of government, I knew that this man will not likely end well as the governor of Rivers State. So, and he didn't reflect on what he did. We thought he did it momentarily that, what did I do? Begin to reverse his step. He didn't.
He
became so
more brutal.
Yeah,
more
but he was becoming more confident that he began to do more and more things. After that, he didn't take budget to the.
Yes, there was no parliament.
Then he cut ties completely with his
benefactor. Yes, his benefactor.
Which is everywhere in the world. Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, the Clintons, the Bush in America. They play a role in who becomes, and they mentor them.
Mentorship is part of life.
When Papa Enauro wanted to move the motion for independence, Awolowo was sitting behind him. So you call that the Godfather too?
Yes.
And which is Godfather?
Of course.
So I don't know where we get it from. Where that you say that people should not be mentored. People should just imagine in the life of people. You want to put 10 million people in the life of an individual.
And
you say you should not be mentored.
You should not be mentored.
Till tomorrow, Tinubu still calls some people for consultation.
Absolutely.
And that is why he didn't leave Lagos alone.
Yes, now.
He will guide Fashola.
Even former President Muhammadu Buhari, as a president, now, just like you have said, he was still taking consultation. He was still going to some people what do I do
Yes. Here? Even if Tinubu goes to meet Buhari, Buhari will still consult.
Yes, because we have
what do we do?
Yeah, we are Africans, and we have this saying that yes. You cannot have the wisdom of the elders. There are some people who came before you.
The young people might be vibrant.
They have seen life more than you.
So, in the case of Fubara, he thought he can go it alone. I know in every crisis there are beneficiaries.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just like in the oil, the oil
but
sector.
when the chips are down, you bear your cross alone.
He's bearing his cross alone now.
Yes.
In the history of this country, if he didn't come back, it would be the most disgraced governor out of office. Because he had all things to succeed. Your state is prospering.
Yes.
Nothing. Just have your mentor discuss with him and see if he makes.
Ogasio, this is what we are planning to do.
That's okay.
He's not going to direct you how to go because you are an adult.
I heard later that it was the same person that Wike was trying to protect from being decimated by people who doesn't want him to become a governor. So is it the same person Wike was protecting that time before he became the governor? So it's the same person that behaved like that. That's not fair. It's not. You don't treat your mentor like that. I'm not talking and say we are not saying that the pocket or rivers should be handed over. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely not.
For someone who navigated the rivers for 8 years, you said I should not have an input in
what becomes after.
No.
Nobody can allow it. We must be honest.
Like you have said,
sincere when we are talking about it.
Very correct when you said that the situation on ground now, it is Fubara that is injured thoroughly. Politically, is the one the most injured. So, if he wants the situation to go away, he must be willing to be completely humble.
Yes, he must go the whole hog.
There's here an air of arrogance in him. One, you are not willing to talk to Wike until you are impressed to. You don't want to talk to member of the parliament and say the way he even discouraged his followers. He said that you have to persuade them. Because there's something they see in you. That's why they follow you, even with his money.
Yes.
Even if it's because there's a benefit.
Yeah.
Even because there's a Good Friday every Friday for them.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
There's a reason.
So you have to placate your followers. And it is the same spirit that he also insulted Wike. You don't discard people like that. So, and that's why I blame Wike. He didn't give him that tutelage very well. Because for him to behave like this, don't you lecture him about the complexity of governance? Don't you tell him that the road might be, so that he will be prepared? But and you know, there's something you will always disagree with me.
But wait, Comrade Lokoba.
Like in Kwara now.
Before you go
the governor of my state is a businessman throughout his life. But he's not behaving like as a governor. He's running affair in Kwara as if he's running his own oil company. And that's why INEC should give all these people political education. All the benefits he inherited when he became the governor in Kwara. They fought him, Lai fought him, Bemsola fought him. Even Salu Mustafa, Lukman Mustafa, everybody have become his enemy. So that's why, see, INEC needs to educate these people.
INEC doesn't have that powers under the. That's what I'm saying.
That power must be there. That
that's
what I'm advocating.
Yes, that's an INEC does not have it now.
There must be that legislation to give INEC that power to educate them. But if you want to become the president, if you lose this election, that's not the end of your life. You must be willing to become a progressive opposition. Even if you now win, don't decimate your opposition. That should be that. Given that's what you keep reminding them. Whether it's our duty or I don't know. Maybe it's our duty.
I believe there
or maybe it's duty of Nigeria. I don't know.
I believe there are institutions of states that when you get into public office,
protocol.
You are made to undergo some tutorials.
It's protocol,
yes.
Not political.
So if you see,
it's majorly protocol.
Yeah, but even as at that, the character the attitude a lot of us exhibit is what we come from our homes. So if we are talking about a Fubara today that is at the receiving end, you expect that those actions he took, those unconstitutional and illegal actions he took, he should have learnt
out those periods.
Yes, even when he was, because from the records, he was once the Accountant General of Rivers State.
Okay.
So for you to hold that key position in a state, it means you have passed through
certain tutelage.
Yes. So you don't expect him to have behaved the way he behaved.
Maybe we should be more conscious than that. We should be more deliberate in that, more deliberate about it. See, in the last 5 years, the most bashed governor of any state is Sanwo-Olu, but he maintained his calm. He's responsible for everything that is not his business.
Of course.
COVID-19, not his business.
Yes.
NSAS, he maintained his calm. He didn't misbehave. There was the late governor of Oyo State. When he was talking, he said, "We are the constitutional authority." May his soul rest in peace. But he didn't see Sanwo-Olu behaving like that. So,
Ajimobi. Late Ajimobi. Abiola Ajimobi, yes.
So Fubara needs more political education. And if he goes to come out of this, he needs to go and sit down with somebody so that people will teach him how to navigate it. He has to be extremely humble and be willing to concede.
Well, you can't put it better than that. Like Comrade Lokoba, like you have rightly said, we are more interested in the return of constitutionalism to Rivers State. We recognize the necessity why the state of emergency was declared, even though some parties are in court today and they are seeking the judicial interpretation of that action. But we on the conversation, Nelson Ekujimi, I stand behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because it was a political crisis that was degenerating into an economic crisis. And as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is responsible for the security and welfare of Nigerians, he cannot allow any part of Nigeria to go up.
He took the right decision.
He took the right decision. He took a presidential decision. And on that we stand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is how far I want to go today on the conversation. We've had a very beautiful conversation. We have 2 beautiful conversations. Till we come your way again next time, please consider to watch the conversation on TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
da kamar gina tare da waya ta ma za ku ta amma da saboda ni na dauka a waya
kamar yanzu kamar anan yana tiri da bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amana
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce za su kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka kan ka sai ya su da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa za ku sa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma irin gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
so fu be ngida hanjum duri wobe waddi be sia jonde jam goddo don jonde jam goddo don bo resi ndiyam ayum kawgaje ma ndiyam wala so ma zan ndiyam timmi wobe fu ma sani majum hanjum duri wobe waddi be do yawwa don be ngida yawan shi do fu
sani wanda yayi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan
akwai
na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka fara kayyana
kai kamar 100
okay wanda suka bar nan wajen
take kadan din
a sanadiyan wannan to ya kuke fama da baki
around January February you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food and there's no water even to drink, so this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent, more often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
tunda nake ban taɓa ganin ruwan baɗi irin na ban ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su, abun ya gagare mu, muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa, abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma, duk kowa ya san da baki kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba, daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can, su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka, su yaran suna gabar, ni ina tafiya gun su gabar, su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa.
Kai kana so ka iso wajen su?
Su kuma wannan yaran suna da kafafu a cikin gona.
Sai suka zargo suka fara harbi.
Sai suka kama harbi. Suna harbi na, suna jifa, ni ban sani ba ma, ni da na gani haka dai, ina gani suna yin haka dai da abinsu suna jifa, amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba, ban gani ba ma, ashe wai su harbi suke. Sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran, sai na tafi gun yaran Fulani din. To ina tafiya, ɗayan yana yin harbinsa, ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. Da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa, sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya, shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba, sai ya jefa masa adda. kawai yaron nan kawai sai ta da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu adda da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
to shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da saura shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Fari, of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year.
Da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki
gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan su kamar wani muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce gona biyu aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected in the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana da ka ɗauka
babu sun cinye shi ne ya yi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba
footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton da aka mutu a cikin
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu hakan nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwari.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés qu'on a initié intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'ont planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center. And I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books, and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Thank you. Open up your mouth.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I am Victoria Konde and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The suspended Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has accused Senate President Godswill Akpabio and Sandra Duru, also known as Professor Umbeke, of alleged defamation. Akpoti-Uduaghan, who is currently on a 6-month suspension from the Senate, made the claim in a petition she addressed to the Inspector General of Police. The letter, dated May 15, 2025, was submitted to the police headquarters by solicitors West Idahosa and co-chambers in Abuja and signed by Eijo West Idahosa. And the former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose has filed a no-case submission in response to the 6.9 billion naira fraud charges brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Justice Chukwujeku Anyeke of the Federal High Court in Lagos heard the no-case submission and subsequently reserved a ruling on it. Fayose was represented by former Attorney General of the Federation Kano Agabi, while Olalekan Ojo, represented Spotless Investment Limited, joined as the second defendant. Now, a police officer, Inspector Obik Modestus, has been summoned for disciplinary action after a viral video surfaced showing him assaulting an Uber driver in Lagos. A viral video shared on social media sparked outrage after Inspector Modestus was seen assaulting the Uber driver and allegedly demanded the footage be deleted despite pleas from passengers. The police public relations officer, Chief Superintendent of Police Benjamin Hundeyin, confirmed that Inspector Modestus had been summoned by the Complaint Response Unit. And on the education sector, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board (JAMB) will on Wednesday release the results of 379,000 candidates who sat for the rescheduled Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME). This was confirmed by the JAMB spokesperson Fabian Benjamin. The receipt was conducted between Friday and Monday following widespread complaints of technical and human errors during the initial UTME exam. And in the world of business, the Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, has disclosed that the rollout of the 3.3 trillion naira 90,000 kilometers of fiber lines, 7,000 telecom towers infrastructure nationwide will formally commence in the fourth quarter of 2025. Tijani made the remarks in a statement released on Monday during an interview for an upcoming State House documentary to mark President Bola Tinubu's second anniversary. He also stated that the sector witnessed massive growth under President Bola Tinubu, attracting $191 million in foreign direct investment in the fourth quarter of 2024. On the global scene, the United Kingdom, France, and Canada have issued a joint warning to Israel, threatening to take concrete actions if the country continues its intensified military operations in Gaza. In a coordinated statement, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron, and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney called on Israel to stop its military operations and immediately allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. Finally, on sports, Nigerian boxers Cynthia Ogunshemilore and Dolapo Omole, as well as 4 other athletes, have been banned from competing at the 2024 National Sports Festival in Ogun State, as they are currently serving doping bans. The National Sports Commission issued a caution that registered athletes with anti-doping issues cannot compete for scoring medals at the ongoing National Sports Festival, tagged the Gateway Games 2024. Those are the major stories from our newsroom at this moment. We'll keep you updated at the top of the hour.
That was a very good business. Yeah. The furniture you brought was very perfect.
That's how we roll.
Let me do you receipts.
Yeah. How much of it again?
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, maybe for Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary, must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about Lekki British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees for primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of fashion? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, I beg no verse, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, it will not go away, because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work, and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talking. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga amma da saboda ni na dauka waya kamar yanzu kamar anan ina cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amana ko gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan ka babu ba maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare ka shiga ko ka gani ka sai ya tubi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama karuwa yake ma karuwa ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan ma
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. Desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka ga bara kayyana?
Kai kamar 100.
Wato wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They may have to move. They may have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if the during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them grass.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin yau to shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin anan mun yi da mu da su akan mu kore su muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da baki kuma ba nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
makiyaya kuma sai suka
zargu a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu
adda?
da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa ya yanke itacen kuma ya yanke hannu hannun yanzu haka babu yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi ba zai zama hannu ba
to shi ne wannan kibiya ɗan kibiyan kenan?
shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi
kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa
kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba to dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna kuma abin da saura shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da mai suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu na maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. but the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year.
da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da fulani ne duk dai ba wanda a ce ba kowa ya taka rawa ciki gaskiya ne.
yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12 da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sakamoni muhimmanci
gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30 gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm. 90%. Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farm. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm farming more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Ok, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi kuma ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da ake mu a cikin su.
To a kada mu na uku kada na ba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan. The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun kakkare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu.
Mu hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing routes, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they knew nothing apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da je samu a cikin kwari.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to this school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
the only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. You see the restroom, see the classroom, you see the offices, you see the type of furniture there. It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
Passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can ease the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now, I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank the departments for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section. It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done, and then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something, and not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person. I'm not rich. It cost me so much, and but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Tamilore Akinkulie, and these are the stories we're following at the moment. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai has accused the Nigerian judiciary of widespread corruption and bias, claiming that many judges and lawyers have compromised their duty to deliver justice. Speaking at the Nigerian Bar Association Buhari Branch Law Week in Abuja, El-Rufai said the judiciary is increasingly losing the trust of Nigerian people due to delays in justice delivery and rulings often seen as influenced by external forces. And the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said his involvement in the coalition of opposition parties ahead of the 2027 election was not about positions but replacing bad governance with a better one. Obi said this in response to reports that he has agreed to a deal with former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to serve as Vice President in the 2027 polls. It was alleged that as part of the agreement, Atiku committed to serving a single term of 4 years and was prepared to sign a written agreement. And on security, FCT police operatives in a coordinated joint tactical operation led by the Scorpion Squad has neutralized the notorious and wanted armed robbery and successfully dismantled a 7-man gang which specializes in armed robbery and carjacking. The police said the gang had been on the command's watch list following multiple armed robberies and vehicle theft incidents traced through their networks. And the Emir of Daura in Katsina State, Farouk, has dethroned Iliya Mantau, the village head of Mantau in Yamalu Bauri local government area of Katsina State, over allegations of involvement in the kidnapping and rape of a woman in the community. The Emir announced this following complaints from residents of Yamalu, which led to a youth-led protest last week. While announcing the removal, the Emir of Daura reiterated that Daura's emirate will not tolerate any form of abuse against the common people. And on business, global provider of data and analytic solutions for the energy and natural resources sector, Wood Mackenzie, has predicted that oil and gas production from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) could be halved by late 2030s, given lot of sub-commercial asset portfolio operated by the firm. It stated that the review was against the backdrop of the recent ambitious target set for the NNPC board by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to achieve by 2030. Including attractive $60 billion investment in the sector, raising oil output to 3 million barrels daily, gas to 10 barrels per day, and 500,000 barrels per day of the NNPC refining capacity. And on the global scene, the UN humanitarian chief Tom Fletcher says 14,000 babies could die in Gaza in the next 48 hours if more aid doesn't reach them. Israel ended an 11-week blockade on aid entry Gaza on Monday, but Fletcher says only 5 lorries got in and the aid hasn't reached anyone yet. Overnight, Israeli airstrike on Gaza killed at least 38 Palestinians in half an hour, Medic also said. The attack came as UK, France and Canada warned Israel to stop this renewed military offensive in Gaza and increase the flow of aid. And on sport, UEFA has moved to defuse the situation after European delegates staged a walkout at FIFA's Congress in Paraguay last week when World Football Chief Gianni Infantino jetted in late following meetings in Saudi Arabia and Qatar with US President Donald Trump. FIFA President Infantino's belated arrival at the global governing body annual meeting caused the delay of more than 2 hours. Infantino issued an apology for his tardiness and remarks to the Congress before the delegates left. And those are the stories we're following at the moment. Join us at the top of the hour for more updates. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did road to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got the information that the post state of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. Because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it's to pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out-of-school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. It's even, I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school. I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption not
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I'll just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption, not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can we take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the purple line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the blue line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You'll recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has the capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that thank you. I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleets, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards beginning Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvements on Allen roundabout, Lekki first and second roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin-Okpebi Allen and at the border salvation areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police sites at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olo-Okpoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be commissioned Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abule-Egba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijaye, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State, up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongests the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I move, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that At the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying Just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and that will be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine